Hello. Good afternoon. Just going to here, let's play this. Let's play the Christmas Lo-Fi Chess.com playlist. Yes. Funny stuff. The Lo-Fi girl in chess.com. I really don't like Lo-Fi, man. Is the time correct in this game? I mean, I think the time is pretty much always correct. But maybe it'll always be correct after someone moves. So, like, I know that Wesley's time is 100% correct. So maybe Nurbeck's it's not accurate, but I would guess so. Low Orwell. Yeah, I'm not really one for the lo-fi, but I'm so not one for lo-fi that I have barely really tried it, but I mean, it just puts me to sleep. Hello and good afternoon. MLP, Corey, Tim. Hello, Mattis. We had an enjoyable guest appearance from the one and only Danny Wrench yesterday. Magnus and Fabi. So Fabi has to win the set in order for there to even be a third tiebreaker set. And same predicament for Wesley So. Jeez, I don't even know if I can handle it. That was pretty brutal already. I feel sleepy. Let's play Valentinian's lady. What was the opening? Fabi going with Bishop E7, but I don't think he really had anything to. Like he can't be upset about the success of his Archangel yesterday. So usually, if he's switching it up, it's not because it's like, oh, the Archangel's no good, but you know, you just don't want to be too predictable against these top guys. So you'd think so, Mr. Counter Gambit. You'd think that it was that easy to explain slash understand, but of course not. So there's 4 rapid games. If it's tied after 4 rapid games, there's an Armageddon to decide who wins that set of 4. That set of 4 is set 1. Then repeat that. That set of 4 plus the Armageddon is set 2. Someone wins both of those sets, they move on. But if the person who wins set 1 loses set 2, it's tied. It doesn't go to a third 4-game set. It goes to a 2-game set for the third one. So 2 games and then Armageddon instead of 4. Glasses 85, thanks for the 2 years. You're a Fabi believer, Farmer Dane. I don't blame you. He looked good yesterday. Like he was outplaying Magnus in some games. I think Magnus gave the interview after, and he was like, "Yeah, first game was complete nonsense," and it was. Fabi had force mate at some point, like it's just insane. And then next 2 games, was probably getting outplayed a little bit. And he didn't even necessarily feel like he played too poorly. It was like Fabi just kind of killed it. So Tim, you know, what's the situation? Is Aryan public enemy number one and Mason your liberator? Because we all know Tyrant Tari enforced an effective immediately Tim ban. Wondering if there's still a wedge between you two. Straight to the source of the ban. Perfect. Perfect. You hashed it out in person. You know, that's the benefit, Tim, of being here at the meetup. I mean, that you could have been banned for 3, 4, 5 months. You know, who would have knows when that ban would have ended? But luckily, being here in person, able to sort things out, we love that. I know, Tim. I know because Aryan was in my bed this morning. Young Aryan. So, could only presume to guess what may or may not have occurred. Yes, he's a very peaceful sleeper. Very peaceful sleeper. I remember, I mean, we've hosted Aryan before in Calgary, and Aryan, as Mattis can confirm, is such a peaceful sleeper. He's very similar to Omid, and both of those individuals I have presumed dead multiple times over the course of the evening and the morning thereafter. Very, very peaceful lads. Hello to Moistud 2023. We'll have to ask him after the trip, Moistud. You know, he can't conclude anything now. Boo, Penguins. Winning in a shootout. Boo. Lucker Dogs. Go Montreal. Strong team. I will be at the Leafs game tonight, cheering on the boys in person. Yep. It was 12 rounds, Moistad? Jesus. Jesus. It's still like I have to look this one up. Mattis always has the stats, so I'm almost not going to bother looking it up. But Mattis, how many rounds was the Calgary Penguins shootout? That was one of the craziest shootouts that I've ever seen. 14? That's nuts. So we watched a 14 round shootout, and if this isn't crazy enough, there was about $100,000, maybe $85,000 riding on the result of that game. It's just insane. There's no way it was 7, Mattis. That can't be. Or how do they count rounds? Like, is it 1 each is 1, 1 each is 2? It had to be more than that. Oh my god, it felt like it was endless. That's right, force a draw. Hello, Asios. Good morning, Mr. Asios. Big fan zone energy tomorrow, sir. Yeah, 14 shooters, but you speak as in it was 7 rounds. So wait a minute. The game last night was 12 rounds, so 24 shooters, really? That's crazy. It puts my story to shame. The story I'm telling is still nuts because of how much money was on the line, and it was coming down to like these like random shots at the end, literally 50-50. But okay, then it wasn't even close in terms of how many players shot. Did the bet end up hitting? It did. It did. We had a good night that night. It was a big bet. Oh man. Yeah, that's right. Grilled peppers. Oh, I just saw your earlier chat. Yeah, 100% grilled peppers. Just reminiscing on, you know, some of the nights past. Oof, you'll be missed, Asios. You'll be well missed. In fact, Asios, you were missed at Pub Chess last night, buddy. I know you were missed. There were a few people that wanted to hail you, and unfortunately, you weren't there in person to be hailed as the great man you are. Fabi's stressing you out. I feel like this is going to be like, this is very, very equal right now. Knight against bishop is pretty much the only advantage that we're going to be speaking of here. But it looks like a rather uneventful first game. What about the other guys? Yeah, what the hell is going on here? Hey, Rock and Eagle. I don't know this, by the way. I've seen knight a3. I think this is normal theory. I might have seen knight a5 before, but I haven't seen any positions really after this. Panda Pack, thanks for the 39 months. But stopping knight c4 so blatantly with knight a5 is interesting. I mean, yeah, h4 is a very logical move. So sorry, what happens after f4? I guess he's got knight c5, and that's some counterplay there. Moistad, are you confident in your friend Norderbeck to hold this one there, buddy? A nice +4 position for Wesley. Also 3 minutes on the clock for Norderbeck. Go Wesley. Wesley Soranto. Oh no, but he will be today, Chicken Pants. Looking to tighten the screws. Hey, Aurman. Thanks for the resub, big fella. 46 months from Aurman. And 1 Girders, thanks for the 7 months. I'm hoping so, Grilled Peppers. Is Chicken Pants going to be a last-minute entry? Chicken Pants was reconsidering last I heard. Yeah, it looks like he's playing what... I mean, if the bishop checks, the king runs here and is quite safe on a2, also like this. If you take, then queen c3... I mean, this is hanging, this is hanging. Yeah, you can throw a check in, but you'll have to just go back. And, I mean, there's not much to say. Like, it's just a piece, right? Wesley is not likely to be messing this up. Yeah, so he wants to take the bishop, understandable. But as soon as this pawn gets taken, if it's like with the rook, I mean, there's going to be knight f3, this bishop check. Of course, there's king a2, but there's also bishop d3. Like, I mean, it just looks really hopeless. He's down a full piece. Is there any, I don't know, life in this game? What seems very likely is this. Something where like these pawns get liquidated for one another, and it's just 4-on-4 bishop against knight. I mean, personally, I kind of prefer the knight, but not necessarily by much. There is queen takes e4 here, by the way. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like the smarter move. I was thinking about something like queen a7, because you do have to be careful of queen takes f7 here, but maybe this, right? Just a little tiny bit of hope, but king g7. Queen takes e4, queen d6. Yeah, and I think he's looking at queen b4 and takes, and here and here. Anyway, we might see a liquidation to a draw right now. We'll see. Knight takes e5. Is that piece getting into any trouble there? Because now if, like, of course you can do this, draw. But if you take here, you actually do get in trouble. So I was wondering, is there anything like this, like with the pin, but maybe not. Also have to be careful, because as soon as you do this, you're never winning your pawn back immediately. So I don't know. This game just doesn't look like a lot's happening, so I'm probably going to stick with this one. Yeah, Norderbeck's trying to open things up. I mean, when you're down a piece, what else are you going to do except try to get the pieces to their squares? King is so safe on a1 because it's a dark square, and white has control of the dark squares. Basically, rook e1 is going to be very close to the end of the game. Very, very close. d6 also a good move, but yeah, I would say rook e1 is on the cards next. Yeah, Gory, when are you getting in, big fella? Big Gore? Okay, he's probably going to go for one of these moves to hit this and this. This move looks like it's well met by queen d4. I suppose maybe he could play this. If he goes here, there's queen e3 was just my first thought, but maybe there's something else. Also, this is technically not checkmate, so maybe there's even other moves to play. Queen e3, first one that comes to mind for sure. Yeah. I mean, white's up a rook here, so obviously Noterbeck is playing the right way. You can't just beat down a piece and just go ahead and lose. At least sack some stuff, try to get an attack going, but I think he's nearly run out. Okay. We see the liquidation here. And I think we can agree on a draw here, right, guys? Call that a draw in game 1 between Magnus and Fabi. And over here, there's just, I mean, Wesley is just sailing. This is covered, this is covered. Black's pieces are all developed, which means they're not going to get much better than they are right now. It's as good as it gets. So I'm looking at moves with this knight to try to make way for this. Even playing this would be totally fine. Yeah, there's that move with the knight. And it's a particularly good knight move because if this... So maybe he can play queen f8 here. Kind of an unsuspecting move. But yeah, you'll be down a piece at best there. Takes and rook takes, of course. That's the tough part. Yeah, not much to say about this game. Not even gonna try. Wesley just kind of crushed him, honestly. Go Gory and go Gory's ladies. Yes, 2.5, 2.5, exactly. Well, actually, it's so good that Wesley went for the draw yesterday to lose the match definitively instead of potentially losing. So now it's 2.5, 2.5 instead of 3-1. Really well played by Wesley. Well, those games were so quick. Like, they just flew by. Oh, Chicken Pants is a funny guy. At Tim Cannon, are you going? Very, very cute. Very cute question from Chicken Pants. Adorable, bro. Really cute, bro. Yes, at Tim Cannon, are you going? Tim was hanging out with Magnus, Chicken Pants, while you've been shining an F-150. Funny guy. Yes, I believe Chicken Pants should come. Of course you should bring Mrs. CP as well. Wow, some jokesters in chat. Really choking the chicken. Ryan, you're the first person that's ever written a coherent statement in chat regarding the format of the event. So congratulations to you. Don't underestimate Wesley Soranto. He's gonna be saying hello. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone at the fan zone tomorrow. The semifinals will be all wrapped up today. If you guys had to pick, you know, the most exciting finals in terms of maybe general intrigue, but also like it is a fan zone. There'll be a lot of chess bras there. Maybe in terms of chess bra intrigue as well. It's a real shame that Magnus and Fabi couldn't be a final. that sucks, honestly. Moistad, no, I think that actually be the least exciting. Dear Moistad. Revenge for Fisher Random. Now there's a grudge. There's a long-standing grudge. Oh, Hickey's playing. Is Hickey streaming? He's streaming, no? Is this Blitz? It is. Hickey under 3,200 Blitz. Jeez. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. Will the watch party be streamed? Yes, Pino. It'll be streamed right here on this channel. So basically, from a viewer's perspective, honestly, it'll kind of be the same type of schedule. Like the stream will be on tomorrow, a little bit earlier than it was today, but yeah, pretty much then. Rui, did you see see your friend Giannis and his trouble getting the game ball? Exactly, Tommy. Same question. Did I see Draymond? No. What happened? Suspended indefinitely. Oh, this is hilarious. Didn't I just call for this? I swear the Draymond thing happened. That's the first thing I said. I was like, at what point do you just like ban the guy from basketball? Like you got to choose a different career. I literally just said this. Oh, this is some funny stuff. Oh, I love it. I love it. Big fan of this news. He literally got banned from Marbles IRL. Every time I think of Draymond Green, I think of Conor McGregor, and that post. Like McGregor wearing 23 and a Warriors jersey. Draymond, funny guy. Thought it was him. No, Gory. I don't think so. Draymond Green does this stuff a lot, man. He's a thug for sure. Agreed, Farmer Dan. There's a trial for that, Rui? What's the trial for exactly? Or is it like an internal trial? Like some sort of disciplinary trial within the NBA? Oh, it's that one. Because it... Why exactly is John Morant not playing? Is it the thing with the 17-year-old kid? Or is it the gun being brandished? Because I thought it was the gun. Okay, yeah. There's lots of trials going on right now. Are you guys keeping up with Tory Lanez? No, Rui. It's very much not over. The suspicion now, like very well informed suspicion, is that it was Megan's friend who actually had the firearm in question, possessed it, and not Tory, and that Tory was like not snitching on her, essentially. And there's been some, basically I think the driver of the vehicle just testified that it was in fact Megan's friend, and then Megan the Stallion goes on like Instagram Live and starts like kind of piecing the story together. Like, I didn't hear all that. Like, no. Like, he did it, right? He's in prison, so that means he did it. Like, just sounding like a dumbass. So, yep. So that's ongoing as well again. Also, did you guys see? I saw this because I'm a massive Nicki Minaj fan. Chicken Pants. I'm announcing this to the stream, but mostly to you. Nicki Minaj and Kai did a stream. To have Nicki Minaj on your stream is just the biggest W that you could ever have. I think they advertised the stream for like, let's say like 11 p.m. or something. And she showed up like 4 hours late. It was just a great stream. Big fan. Big fan here. I know you'd be a fan as well, Chicken Pants. Nicki Minaj coming and chilling on your live stream. Can you imagine Nicki Minaj just showing up here and playing Salty Clown and Bullet? Oh, she would definitely win against Salty and Bullet. I know for a fact Salty would not play to win that game. He did, Moisted. An impressive guy. 9 wins and then a loss. A nice victory for Danny. He needs to collect some dubs. Okay, next game should be on like what, right now? They're usually every 50 minutes. So I guess they're like just starting. Oh, yep. There we go. I did know that forced a draw. But the reason I know that is from what's his face? Hassan? Are you aware of this guy, Fad? Yeah, I guess it's spelled a little differently, but I imagine both are from the same like same roots in terms of the name, like both Indian names. Yeah, different guy, Darkbone. Did Lost Moose get a premium membership? What is he getting premium membership for? Hey, MLP, welcome to the city. These guys still aren't playing. Danny wanted to give him one. Why? That's what I'm. You guys are forgetting. Like I wasn't in that stream. I'm actually asking. Because he can? No, but I'm saying like, what? Why didn't he pick anyone else? You're telling me it was just random? Did Lost Moose write a funny comment or something? Did someone? You know, there's usually some reason like why that. Ah, they played. Okay, there you go. You see? It's tough to get information out of you guys. Cards close to chest, eh? That's right, Moistad. I'm just your everyday guy, fading the pens and supporting Magnus. Missed opportunity, no? Winning by force, no? I can let you know that I officially told Magnus, or he was aware of the video, so he was aware of this, but we officially discussed this opening. So had Fabi busted it out, Magnus would have been very well prepared. Wouldn't be smart. J-Bell the genius. Wow. We have a guy named JJ Bell. I didn't realize this. We have a J Bell and a JJ Bell. Well, hello. I have to say, White's position looks nice here, but it's more because I just prefer to be on the white side here. It's not because it's like extra special. Just looks nice. I mean, I guess C5 is going to happen though. Thanks to Slow Poggy. Or Slow Pogie, probably. Why are the plebs out? We need to see Magnus win Darkbone before we can cage the plebs. No, we don't. No. No, we don't. A lot of people are having Christmas parties this weekend. I think it's like, it's the weekend for Christmas parties. Corporate ones, I mean. Maybe even friends and family ones, but corporate ones for sure. Tommy, are you do you have any Christmas parties to attend, buddy? You missed your work party to be here, Tim. Well, hopefully the party that we throw will be comparable. I was just looking at it, Jeff, man. Yep. Thanks a lot, Darkbone. 66 months. A tier 3. Welcome back to DB. Oh wow, MM and Auerman. Inhabiting the same chat. You love to see it. In fact, Mannered Monkey, Auerman, Lethbridge Chess. You love to see the reunion. Okay. Tommy's a funny guy. I would probably look at this position, especially from Black's perspective, and not really like it. With all these dark square pawns and dark square bishop. Especially with White being able to play f4. But maybe it's just not as bad as I think. Yeah, there's no weaknesses. And I mean, now we're going to see this. I guess it's going to be with the pawn and then d4. Like, in the future, d4. It'd be knight, though, as well. Pawn makes the most sense. But yeah, actually, knight. Knight takes trying to play d4. And again, the move c5 just isn't happening in this game, which is why I just feel like I look at a position like this and I'm like, if there's no c5 happening, doesn't White have an amazing position? So I feel like there needs to be a c5 move that Black achieves. Otherwise, like White just goes like here and here. I don't know. Doesn't seem very good at all. Black needs some break. Taimanov structure? Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, the Taimanov would be a little bit more like with those pawns reversed, but yeah. Yep, this was the move that I was suspecting could be played. So, if you take here, there's this, and you're threatening rook d8 to win a bishop. So I can see how that works. And if this, well, then you just trade here and you actually win a piece. So this seems like the most logical, because then if you take here, but at the very least, it seems like Black has this move to take the pawn back. And maybe you even want to take this way just to have some threats here. So yeah, I don't know. It seems, like I was saying, if you don't get the move c5, I hate the position. I hate it. But if he's playing c5 here, up on time, feel like he's pretty confident with it. I mean, the guy's got 99.7 accuracy. Like, literally, what move was inaccurate here? What move? So I imagine you can do either. Rob, thanks for the 16 months. Welcome back, Rob. Oh, a zinger from Ya928. Hello, Jason. Personally, I like Fabi's position. But this is what I was saying earlier. Like, I don't know. I just don't really trust this pawn structure. He goes c3, and for some reason he doesn't take here. And he doesn't want to take here. I mean, I know white gets some pawns going, but black also can maybe push after that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is just okay. It's rook a4, king h7, and if you ever play this, I guess there's knight there. Whoa! Takes, takes, takes. Now, if he played this, I guess this was the variation. He goes bishop b2, though. Sweaty. Very sweaty. And what? Rook here? He wants to take again? It's true, Moista. Tim has displayed much better commitment to the 2024 Loudest Chatter Award in the early stages here. Definitely something we're documenting. Ooh, we had a Ya928 and TC matchup. Very exciting. Rook d1, apparently marked as a blunder. He was not Ralph. Officially, no. Our loudest, well, it was a collection of individuals, but unofficially Gory Hole. There are two people, yes, Iron Galaxy. There's Jadoob, and then there's also MN2197. Those guys are in the running for loudest chatters. If the prize was administered for like the loudest chatter to themselves, just having a one-on-one conversation with themselves in the chat. So we do have a few zombies. Hey, Freddy Patzer, you're one to speak about it. You know, you're one of the guys that people need to learn from. Somehow you managed. Marathon, brah. Holy, they upgraded it to double question mark. Like, they gave it a mistake, and then they just upgraded it. Like, retroactively, there's an intern going, you know what? That was actually terrible. Like, that was worse than we thought. I mean, he's really in the tank here. What's happening in Magnus's game? I have been a big fan of the way Fabi's played the entire way. I think he's been playing well. I can't say for sure, but I just like the position for white. Double pawns. Bishop not fantastic. It does feel like after h3, finally might be time for f4. Thanks, Catwood, for the new sub. Thanks, Catwood. Hopefully they don't upgrade this to double question mark, too. I can only imagine that it's f4 here. Like, white doesn't really have any other moves. Unless you're going rook here. Yeah, he goes f4. It's hard to say no to that. Knight h5 was a move I was wondering about. There's a few moves here. Or rook f7, to be honest. I feel like white does have some push here. So I like f4, and I've liked the way Fabi's been playing the entire time. Again, he moves quickly. It's back on Magnus with 4.5 minutes to think. Bishop b4. So Bishop b4 looks like a rather obvious move in terms of what it's threatening. So Queen g5 looks like the first move I would check, period. There is this move f4 there. And then you get into this calculation, and maybe there's other moves for the queen, but let's just say this. Unfortunately, this is all forced. And I don't know. These pawns roll pretty fast. Maybe black takes here. I do think black is probably winning this. After taking this, black's going to have 3 pawns. Plus 2 connected pass pawns. So just as an example, that line looks pretty good. Maybe There are other lines you can play as well, but that would be the first thing that I look at. We sack our queen somehow? Yeah, that's something I would like to do. I'm not sure how to make it happen. You can play here, but then the same check is happening, and you don't even get this bishop, so it just doesn't make sense. Oh, wow. Bishop takes b4. Takes, bishop back. He goes for this. Doesn't look like this is a problem at all. High energy for sure. I kind of liked my line with queen g2 there, but maybe this gets the job done. I'm a little curious what the engine thinks about that. Because this is, I guess this one is the best one. Okay, they want rook takes f1. I don't know. Looks pretty damn good to me. I guess there's still work to do after bishop d4. Bishop c3 and b4 is going to happen. Honestly, like, maybe you could even give this pawn up. Because the rook just has no... Like, it can't use any of the... Oh, this is exactly the line that we talked about. I was calling it. I was like, dude, I just hate this for Magnus. I think Fabi's been playing so well. He's been outplaying him. Honestly, he's been outplaying him probably in more games this match than Magnus has outplayed Fabi. Personally, I never had an answer to f4. I really never did. It's just so strong. He goes for this. And then queen here, there's rook f8. So he goes with the rook. But now there's queen here, there's knight f5. Every single piece has a great square. There's no way that Magnus turns this around. Fabi is he's a killer. Wesley's insane, man. He's just marching the pawns. He doesn't care. If they go 2-2, we could get 2 Armageddon games back to back. What do you mean 2 Armageddon games back to back? Like in the Norderbeck and Wesley matches? Wesley's a definite Chad for this game. For the set and match? Oh, but there's a third set, Darkbone. So if the sets are even 1-1, then they play 2 rapid games with another Armageddon. So it wouldn't be back to back, but yes, we could get 2 Armageddons. That's correct. The thing about the moves here is I'm not even sure they're too difficult to spot. Like maybe it's either knight h5 or knight f5 here. Queen f5 looks pretty damn good move. Everything looks good. Hey, Spudge. I wasn't around for PC last night, but we sent some representatives there. Magnus was at Pub Chess. Yeah, this move looks like then you want to play like almost a check. And queen takes h6 and rook g7 is the threat. So at this point, queen here comes to mind. It hangs his bishop. We have check, but then knight g3. Trying to think of a good way to do things. It's a little bit tough. Because if you play this, I'm not sure about... Oh, actually, queen f4, there's no knight g3. Yeah, because you can take the rook then. Forgot about that. Yeah, so this is a great move then. Then it's a very good move. Yeah, 3 moves back to back that the engine doesn't like. That will certainly get you a huge advantage. Oof, so rough. So rough here. And the other game, Wesley is just... All he did was get a rook behind and just push him, baby. What a nasty game from Wesley. So easy to play with the rooks. Like, this was a killer game from Wesley So. Wesley Soranto. This was one of the nastiest games I think we've seen in the whole event in terms of just pure domination from a seemingly normal position. So knight f5 played. This is exactly what we saw. Then we saw check and queen g5. And if rook takes bishop, then this is actually quite strong. Knight f5 and then knight back to h4 is such a weird way to do things, but okay. Knight f3 is probably going to happen here. Can only imagine. If black gets one move, bishop d2, then it might just be winning for black. So you have to be very, very careful. And by the way, if Wesley draws the next game, then he already wins the set, right? He won the first 2 games, so all he needs is a draw to just win the set. I feel like Fabi has to go here. Magnus has 12 seconds, living on increment, literally. Hodden Trommler, thanks for the new sub. Appreciate it, buddy. I think this was pretty much forced. Knight f3 forced. Guess what? Black's queen has no squares. Has to go here. I'm assuming we'll see a capture. Well, actually, Fabi played knight f5, which was a mistake. But then in this forced sequence, he then played knight h4. A brilliancy. Genius, bro. Wanted to farm a brilliancy. I see you, Fabi. Nerdebeck won set 1, Iron Galaxy. No, I mean, I think you have to cash in on that pawn. That's correct, Tommy. But at least Magnus is not completely dead, which it looked like he was. Definitely white's better here, but the counterplay is going to be serious. Both of these pawns are easy to target. You have to move the knight if you want to move this, and black even has like some kind of like checkmate or just scary moves with the rook and bishop coordinating. Not to mention this is kind of a threat right now. So just some weak pawns, some maybe scary bishop moves. And now things are getting low on time for both players. Basically, this is not the conversion that white wanted for this game, right? Would you have expected that maybe one pawn was all white was going to be up here? Like every single piece was moving in for the kill, I thought, at this point. So yeah, he's going to play all that, of course. Nicholas Stojan, thank you for the bits. An extra cheer from Twitch. When I logged on today, I saw that they were, what was it? They were matching 10% or something. So I'm still wondering how it works exactly. Oh, this is heating up. Nice to see Nicola and Twitch teaming up together. I think there's going to be lots of misses and random stuff in this position. It's not going to be perfect for sure. Yeah, the knight comes back, and at this point, you got to send a pawn. Yeah, I think Magnus is pretty dead here. It's hard to imagine survival. His play is going to be to sack pieces for these pawns. Like, maybe he may sack the rook for the knight here? Just send the h-pawn and pray? Go, Nicola! Sente7777, thanks for the 500 bits. And an extra 75 bits from Twitch. Oh my goodness, the e5 pawn drops. So bishop takes e5 now? Yeah. d7 has to be. Forced. But now bishop f6? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But hang on, yeah, you actually still have to be quite accurate with black. Can you take on e3? And then just rook d3? Because, okay, black should at least be making a draw. And maybe even Fabi has to be careful now. Ooh, but watch out. This and this is a threat. Yeah, this was a threat, so he had to... Wow, king takes. Oh, no, it was rook d7 that was considered brilliant. Yeah, this is going to be a draw. Studied this one in the gym, eh, Tim? A draw. What in the hell was that? That was a crazy, crazy draw. Fabi did literally everything right except what? Here, he went knight h4, knight f5, and ran into g5 rook e1. Literally missed one thing. So he definitely did, Tim. You know, like, this is playable. And so is this. But, you know, the bishop can always come back to cover. I think d7, I mean, the engine is giving b3. I don't know what the deal is with b3. b3 is a different move. We don't know what's up with that. But even if you play e6, my bishop is coming back, so you're not exactly queening immediately. Like, I don't know, maybe I can play my h-pawn or something. But I think he was just trying to avoid... Usually when you advance pawns, you don't advance them like this, because then the bishop can come and, like, blockade them. So when you're advancing them, you want to advance them like dark squares, then together, then dark squares, then together, then dark squares. So I think he was trying to advance the pawns, let's say, properly. Even though you might be right that d7 was a better try here. He was probably trying to get this move to work. I do think, though, that Fabi was 6 minutes on the clock here. Not producing knight h5, which was a little bit better. Is a bit unfortunate for him. Because knight here, yeah, comes with all these knight f6, queen f5 threats. So I do think that this, for Fabi standards, Magnus at 30 seconds, you have 6 minutes as white. This is the moment where, like, that's just a miss. Big miss, because Magnus gets check, queen g5. Yes, he finds knight h4. That's great. Fabi, you know, you hit him with the brilliancy, but it doesn't matter because just you have to work so hard all of a sudden. But he did bring it back here. And then one key mistake at the end. Jeez. Madness. So it's still a tied match, Magnus and Fabi. Like, quite the opposite result. Magnus, Fabi, draw. Then in the other match, it's Wesley has won both games. And honestly, they've been crushes. So Wesley winning both, which means now Norderbeck must win or the set is just over. And then they'll be getting ready for set number 3. Because remember, Norderbeck won set number 1. So even if Wesley crushes him here, it's still going to be 1-1. Yeah, definitely Dark Bone. You know, like, we don't like to see our boy Fabi go out like this. Magnus and Fabi are both two, obviously, competitors, but two very good friends of ours as well, so... You hate to see one of them go, but that's the way it is. 2.5 wins a set. Correct. Honestly, Andy. You're not wrong, brah. You're not wrong. So, I'm seeing that chess.com has a display sponsorship for the Champions Chess Tour, or for the coverage. But I'm seeing the displayed things that they're offering, and it's like the chess.com logo. Thanks, Portnik. Appreciate that, Alexander. I was just talking about Displate. So they have Displate as a sponsor. You guys know what Displate is? Like those, basically it's like, I guess you could call it art, but like kind of hangs with magnets. It's pretty easy to like take on and off. It's kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. It's like these posters, art, whatever, neon. Like you get all sorts of designs, whatever. But chess.com has one. Well, because of the sponsorship, they have a chess.com one. And it's like the chess.com logo. I'm like, who the hell is hanging a chess.com logo like display artwork like around their house? That's like weird. Why didn't they just make like a chess themed metal poster or art piece? Is that could be very cool. I just feel like the chess.com logo is a little weird. Like who the hell wants to hang that? Yeah, I know what you mean, learner, but if because it's a company that is so frequently works with like influencers, etc., even chess.com in this case, I feel like your rule with that type of a product is just like never get it full price, you know? You should never have to. There's always something going on. Like I think it's kind of like that with products like HelloFresh. It's like why would you ever be paying full price for HelloFresh? Not only like let's say you signed up using our deal and it expires. Like if you go on Reddit or something, there's going to be some streamer with some deal literally all the time. So like there's just no way that you're ever paying full price for that stuff. Well, Talarion, I think you're trying to be a little bit funny, but you're actually proving my point, not the other side. Who hangs an underdog fantasy flag? Exactly. Nobody does. So you're either sponsored by them and so you hang it, but who else is? That's my point. Nobody's purchasing an underdog fantasy flag to go hang up in their house. Exactly. That's the equivalent of what chess.com is selling in display, like their own logo to go hang up. I'm like, huh? No, the chessbrot merch is for your body, Rui. That's for your body. A walking billboard. Unlikely, Rui. Unlikely. You're ready for a chessbrot sponsorship. Yeah, I'm ready to be in that position too. Oh, is that right, Mattis? Maybe he has one next to his drink that he has every morning. AG1. Do I think it's worth it for you to take a bye in your 9-round tournament to play Chess Played Quick? Do I think it's worth it for you to take a bye? Yes, Rui. I think it's a great idea for you to go to a 9-round event with, I'm assuming, a norm chance, which is why you're there, and then take a bye so that you guarantee you will not get a norm. Do you have conditions? If you have conditions, then you probably are not allowed to take a bye. As far as I know, any player that gets conditions to an event gets their conditions revoked if they don't play all 9 rounds. That's pretty much the gold standard for conditions. Like, you have to play the event. Funny comment. Getting conditions to an event and then taking a bye during one of their rounds. Actually, will pay you to not play the event. If I had a dirty little rodent invited to my event and then took a bye to go play like a Chess Played Quick event to win like 17 subs from Jospin, I would definitely revoke his conditions and kick him out of my hotel. Hey, Taui. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for sharing. Nice little recap update. D. Sanchez, 1973. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. 96 months. D. Sanchez with another big milestone. A big 8 years. Thank you, D. Sanchez, 1973. We don't get any Armageddon fun for a couple more games. Obviously, we cheer for Armageddon all the time, so 2-2 in both would be great. Yes, Hickey's a big fan of Armageddon too. Unlucky. Hello, Dave. We're nearing the incoming arrival of Dave as well. Grilled Peppers, I believe Hickey is around. Staying. But probably staying to, like, do commentary. I'm not sure if Hickey's confirmed for the fan zone. We might have a competing stream with Hickey, no? An airport, bro. Hey, let's go, Dave. Looking forward, buddy. Oh yeah, he's flexing. Flexly so is here in full force. Here we go. Magnus with the white pieces, obviously would be the last time that he has the white pieces in the 4-game rapid match. Usually at the top level, like you kind of have to make use of your white pieces to actually do something. I was going to say e4 is usually the move here. Yeah, this is some sort of theory. This is definitely the more common move and let's say the better engine move. But as far as I know, the guys have actually analyzed this down to like it's just not considered an advantage. I know the engine kind of likes it, but I don't know. The guys have played this so much at the top level that people just aren't winning. People just aren't winning games in this line. And Magnus and Fabi are both well aware of that. So Magnus is just trying something else out. He plays knight e5. So while it looks a bit more strange because it allows bishop e6, I think he's hoping that Fabi will be less familiar with it and he can at least play a position that's not as explored. This guy still haven't started. Knight takes e4 is a threat. Obviously, long castle, check is a threat. Yeah, the black pieces, Mr. Counter Gambit did well yesterday. And in general, they can do well. But if you think about historically, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, the black pieces can do well in a certain tournament where it's like, whoa, what the hell? Everyone's winning with the black pieces. But no chess player goes home and says like, yeah, you know, I'd rather play with the black pieces. Like, there's just nobody in chess that who's a strong player that has that opinion. So I think maybe up until like 2000 or something, it's possible to be like just like play a lot better with black. But I feel like once you get over that level, it's just if I could have the white pieces every game, I would prefer it. Definitely. Jeegs, thanks for the 21 months. Appreciate it, Jeegs. So, bishop here, knight takes e4 for sure. Bishop here? Maybe still this? Jeegs is, he's been around Tommy, yep. Hey, M Psych, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Putting words in my mouth. You're a corporate cuck now. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to all the corporate cucks out there. We have to remember in this game that Nordebek needs to win, and he's also got the black pieces. Now, knight f5 is given a question mark. Pretty harsh eval. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing that Wesley has done this to imbalance things. Or the opposite, sorry, to trade things off. Like this move. And then d6 from Nordebek was to imbalance things. Like knight g7, king f8. Yeah, you can play it, but I feel like this is what Nordebek is looking for. I haven't seen this stuff before, so it's news to me that this is playable, but look how quickly the pieces develop if you play a line like this. You have to play like queen here. Knight f6 or something. There's knight e5. Like black is almost fully developed with rook g8 coming, and white has like one piece up. Thanks, Cecilius. So I don't know about this position, but bishop b4 is straying from the usual bishop c5. And now white doesn't have this and knight c3. It looks silly to provoke c3, but wow. This is a dream for Nordebek, I feel like. Wesley sitting in this position, wondering why Wesley has done knight f5, because I feel like he wouldn't play this unless he knew what was up. So this move, by the way, is much better than knight f5 that I was showing. Queen h4, knight g3, knight f6. I mean, yeah, I feel like you have to be happy here as Nordebek. Queen is so well placed before. I've talked about this before, but knight on g6, you play queen h5. Queen on h4, knight on g3, same thing. It's such a good feeling. If you ever castle, knight g4 is killer. Like, in this case with the open g file, it's even nastier. There's going to be a pin here. If black wants the pawn back, he can take it anytime he wants. Yeah, bishop c7 is the move here. But you see that Magnus is creating unique threats in this game that I guess he couldn't have created in that knight g5 line. So yeah, knight e5 was maybe not as good, but he's got something here. Not sure what it is, but it's something. Two bishops. He's down a pawn still. We can assume that black's going to develop the knight somehow to the center. Obviously, if Fabi can... I mean, everyone's playing for win, of course, but you're just trying to play the best moves. If Fabi draws this game and has white in the last game, he can push for something. So he doesn't need to go crazy here. I do feel like Magnus is making a big effort to try to get something with the white pieces. That's correct, Mr. Shelby. Nice little threat ski there. high energy from Noterbeck. He wants to bring a knight to g4. He doesn't want to cash in. I think that's absolutely the right call. Yes, Real T, I'd just like to let you know that Tim Cannon was in here really racking up the numbers this morning in your absence. By the way, this line that Noterbeck played is, in my opinion, it's a very good line to throw people off. I really like it. It's not because it's a top line, but it's because there are so many like theory hounds, and they're all ready for this. Like everybody knows this stuff. But this all of a sudden throws them off just because there's no knight c3. And so while it looks like it makes sense that you just go bishop e3 and you can't really play queen here because it wouldn't make sense. Why would you go here? You're basically handing the move c3 over for free. But you can just play like this, and you can play without the queen there. Whereas normally you have to play queen here to get them to play that. So it's an interesting line. I'm trying to think of other openings where I've seen this played, but this might be the main one. But throwing a random bishop b4 in is kind of nice. Like, what's that other one? Is it this? Oh, I think it's bishop c4, bishop b4. Can't remember if it's exactly this. There's some sort of bishop b4 move like early, and of course it looks ridiculous. Like Tim Cannon is like feasting here. I have to remember the exact line. I'm not sure if it's this, but it's definitely like a dubious looking move. Bishop b4. But as long as you have this pin, you kind of discourage the move d4 for the moment. And then you can just play your normal stuff. So I have to think here. Yeah, it's not with this, because this is like very normal. It's definitely before the knight has developed at all. Yeah, it might be bishop b4 just here. Ah. It could be this. Maybe it's this one. Just like a random bishop b4 to pin this pawn. Same thing with queen a5 in the Mora, if you've ever seen people play the Mora like this. Sometimes queen a5 is just a random move that throws people off. It can really, really bother people. So these random, like, controlling the diagonal moves early on to the king means that white can't react until they castle, and then by that time you've got your pieces where they need to be. So in a must-win game, Noterbeck going bishop b4 I think is just super smart. Causes white to like maybe put the pieces in a way that he didn't really want to. And if you ask me, this is a tremendous position already. I think Noterbeck is playing fantastic. This is a huge threat right now. Literally, this move is like forced, so he almost has to play it. But this looks very fun. How can you complain as black? Yes, exactly, Tommy. C4, C6, Queen A4, 100%. What line are you talking about? Queen A5? Tried to tell you white's better? Well, white is better, no? E4, C5. What? Knight F3, Queen A5? Or how did it go? Wow. Interesting that 2TH caused everyone to say tooth, but 2ND doesn't cause people to say tuned. Interesting, bro. Yep, once. And what would 3 be? Threerd? Threerd? Autism tag coming in strong. What the hell is happening here? You see this move? Knight C6, A3, Bishop E1. What the hell? F2 somehow defended. Magnus is really fighting here. As soon as rook c8 happens, white has to play king b1, more or less. I guess it's not 100% forced, but it just feels so scary to leave the piece there. Okay, Big Wesley with the king reroute. I mean, if the problem is you're not actually threatening to take anything. I mean, not that it's a bad move, but interestingly enough, you're not threatening anything. But Wesley with his king all over the place, this is Nordebek's game. Obviously, he has to win anyway, or else the match is just done. But I feel like he has literally the ideal position. Yep. As I expected. Wesley's getting very loose with the pawns. I think you're happy to see this if you're Nordebek. You have the c4 square now. Looks very suspicious. Yeah, b4 bishop b2 is, I mean, I don't know, even know how to say it. Like, that's just not it. That is just not it. Knight c4, I imagine what he wants to do is take and like develop the knight and kick the bishop back. I mean, it's not a great move, but yeah, the fan zone is sold out. It has been sold out maybe for, I don't know, a week or so, maybe a bit less. But this is not a position where Wesley is going to excel. Wesley's a solid bra. You know, he's a fundamental bra. When he has a position he's familiar with, he can really just churn the moves out. But I feel like these wild positions with the king kind of all over the place, it suits some players. Like Hikaru, he's the kind of guy that could take this position as white and like just make it work. Like, he's very resourceful. Somehow I find Wesley's style not to really be exactly that. Not his forte. How is this move? I mean, of course a ridiculous move, but the pawn is pinned. I repeat, the pawn is pinned. And the knight on e5 is hanging. Oof. What the hell happened here? G5 takes. You got this knight. I mean, this is a really unique position, right? This rook is hanging, but it's pinned. And this bishop is hanging, but it's pinned. Such a funny looking position. Are you talking, are they cut off real T money? Like on the left and right? Is that the image you're referring to? I think I know what you mean. Okay, I would expect this because, I mean, just an obvious reaction. The king is on a dark square, which you never want to be on with a dark square bishop. So this feels secure on so many levels. Also, what might end up happening here is at some point this bishop is going to be attacked to the point where it might have to take. Like h6, rook here. Like, at some point you might have to do that. Because if you move away, you lose the rook. And even if you defend it, maybe you could sack. So we might see like king here, rook here, takes, and then I'm trying to figure out how to develop. Maybe just g3 there. Opposite bishops, but the pawn structure for black is just that little bit worse. So I would say slight edge to Magnus. The time also kind of reflects that. Oh, we got some moves here. Whoa, what the hell? Knight a3. So, takes. So it's bishop and rook for the queen. This has been an extremely good game from Norderbeck, I have to say. I'm impressed. He wants this, is what I'm gathering. Yeah, if he sacks twice in a row and wins, you know, hats off to the lad. Rook d4. Wesley is nasty with it. Big Wes. And so here's the weird thing. Queen h6 seemingly is quite strong because if you take, then rook g3 in this hand. But there's this pawn takes move here, which just will win in the end. Like, it's actually quite unpleasant. None of these pieces can do anything about it, so you're going to have to move the king right into that diagonal. Moistad, a big move from your friend Wesley here. Keeping the intrigue alive in the match. You know, he wants to force a set number 3 for all the fans here watching. You know, create some excitement, some drama. And yeah, opposite bishops here, but a very slight edge for Magnus, I think, has been the feeling the entire time. He's got that time edge as well. You can even play knight e3 in these positions, even though give up bishop for knight. These pawns, yeah, he's going to go there. These pawns are enough of a weakness that I think they're kind of problems. Yep, it's happening today, Mr. Money. Right after these. If needed. Yes, Ralph, he does. With your old man here. I think this should be just enough. Like, this should be fine for Fabi to make a draw. I prefer Magnus's position, but if this was like an online game, Knight just wins against Bishop. That's just how it works. But Rook F4 is the type of move that like nobody on chess.com is playing. Like Rook F4 to go to the H4 and stop this move from happening. Just too sweaty. Maybe G3. Well, be careful, Tommy. Wild Hacks has been lurking in chat for the past 2 hours preparing that comment. And he's finally decided it was funny enough to pounce. All I can say is be on the lookout, Tommy. You never know when Wild Hacks is going to strike again with a zinger from the top rope. Yes, the People's Elbow, yes. Surely G3 here. I mean, I guess you can go Bishop F3. G3 makes more sense to me, but Fabi's going to go here. He's got his weakness defended. It can't be attacked 3 times from what I can see. So yeah, I feel like Fabi's done enough here. He's playing well. This game is just nuts. What the hell? Holy, what the hell's happening here? Probably good news for Norderbeck to be playing an absolute madness game. Takes, queen check, bishop d3, takes, queen, king here, queen a5. What the fuck? What the hell's going on here? Just got another queen? Oh my goodness, and it's like equal. This is madness. What's the material here? Okay, white's up a whole rook. I guess it can fall with this move. Holy, this is in Nordebek's favor, for sure. Wesley's down on time, total madness. I feel like, you know, Nordebek, the young kid, the calculator, he's going to be enjoying this position. Okay, understandable. So knight takes here. If you take, pawn takes g2, the game is over, right? Because you're making a queen or you're taking. So you have to take here. Now knight takes, pawn takes, and if queen takes, it feels like this king is completely airy here, but there's also this. You know, for example, c4 there or something. Amazing. Like this is a very scary bishop. This is the position over on Magnus's board. There's a weakness here, maybe a weakness on b5 for white as well. I would say white's a bit better, but nothing crazy. Is he going to play b3? It's a little bit much. Yeah, rook f2, it's unclear. Like, I agree, it's a good move. Wouldn't be surprised to see it here, but usually in these positions, if you have a check like that, you want to kind of keep it in your hand because you can always do it. Now, he did it because I think he was actually connecting it with the next idea, rook f5. But if you weren't planning to go rook f5 and you just saw the check and you liked it, then I would say probably make another move instead because you always have that check. Like if knight d4, then you go rook f2. Okay, so bishop here. I guess we see this. And so Magnus can kind of switch sides here. He can go bishop e2 now, keeping the pressure here, and then switch over rook b4 like that. So he starts with the rook, which is interesting. And now with bishop e2, we'll see knight here, and then you go back to h4, and then how do you defend the h-pawn? So he's got to go for counterplay here, and he does. Rook here, because then if bishop takes, all of a sudden the pieces start to invade. Magnus is controlling the knight. This is very good defense from Fabi. You got Magnus breathing down your neck. Weakness here. Is he going to take it? Yes, he does. He pulled the trigger on it, but there's going to be some huge counterplay here. Rook b3 is a big time move. Big time move from a big time player. Rook b3, king c1, rook b2, rook takes c4. Fabi has been very impressive in this game. What the hell is happening over here? Black's got a pawn. I mean, whose king is safer? I have no idea. Remember, if it's a draw, Wesley immediately wins the match. What the hell is this? I guess. I mean, yeah, this knight's going to pop in and be annoying, though. Trying to keep up with both games. They're both very tense. Oh, no. That's got to be a blunder. Missing rook e4. Now, obviously, only Magnus with winning chances with this outside pass pawn. Keep something in mind, which is the wrong color of the queening square. Could be extremely relevant here. Maybe you can go bishop e2 here. I'm not sure. Okay, h4. This and this are an option. Sorry, you should probably just take here. Yeah, what am I saying? Didn't even realize this was hanging. Maybe king e3, and everything's kind of taken care of. King here, bishop back, and as long as you stop, or bishop c6, as long as you stop knight e4, I mean, 2 connected pawns, and that problem that I mentioned no longer exists. Now the A pawn is the correct color. Just in case that mattered. So, whoa. Knight d6, knight takes f5, rook g2. What the hell is this? Rook a2, and are they gonna have the weirdest draw I've ever seen? He can't draw. He'll lose the match. And if he takes this knight h4, what the hell is that? He's gonna take. I think black is better here, though. He's got to move. There's no rook takes. Yeah, black is playing for something here. Playing for all the results. I don't know if you can offer a queen trade. Norderbeck with literally a perfect game considering the circumstances. Oh, changed his mind. He's going up the board. He's sending it. Rook b1. Jeez. He can't lose that pawn. Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up. I think Norderbeck has it. Norderbeck is such a beast, man. He's a beast. What the hell? What the hell? What a match. Holy. What a beast, man. He's so impressive. Norderbeck in time pressure is a monster. So impressive. Norderbeck in time pressure, like, he's been so solid, so consistent this event. It's like probably the best quality you can have in a player. Did Magnus win that position? Yeah, he won it very easily, actually. So, what's the situation? Magnus is on match point, which means Fabi must win or he's eliminated. And Magnus will move on to the final because he won that game. And then in the other match, even though it's so impressive what Norderbeck just did, Noterbeck has to win again. He has to literally win twice on demand. And this was a perfect game from Noterbeck. It was messy. It's exactly what you want. This was madness. Look at the accuracy. 77, 83. Like, so many misses in this game. But that's the ideal game against Wesley in a must-win situation. Just make it a complete mess. Cloudus, I don't think so. There are lots of people who would buy tickets. People have been asking for a while, but as far as I know, the answer is no. I mean, I think they should. Probably capacity issues, but yeah, there's lots of people that are interested in it, but unfortunately, it looks like no. Yes, some scalpers, exactly. Actually, Chessbra bought 150 tickets and will be reselling them at the door for $50. So I think there actually won't be a big break between this, like, before the next game, because they actually went for quite a while here. So maybe they'll start in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the most, but maybe 10 minutes. How big is the venue? 150 people. It's a bar. I don't know. Like, I was thinking this recently. If you think of a place that you go all the time, whether it's like a bar, club, stadium, whatever, venue of any kind, you never really think about the space that a place has to offer until you actually need it. Until it actually matters, the square footage, or how many chairs, or where you can put a projector screen, or like, you know, where the bathrooms are in relation to the where you want people to hang out. I don't know. So it's like, I know the place, but I've never really thought of it from like from that sort of mindset. So yeah, I'm familiar with the place, but I actually don't really know what it's going to look like for this event. Yeah, it will be streamed, Alan. So right here on our Twitch channel, we'll be streaming tomorrow and Saturday at the Fan Zone, which the stream will basically be very similar to this, except of course, like, you may be able to hear the ambience of the venue. I know there's going to be like people jumping on stream all the time, whether it's players from the event who've been eliminated or aren't playing that day. Who knows if Hickey's gonna join? I think there's gonna be food and drinks. Like, it's a bar, so they'll be serving food and drinks. As far as I know, I don't think he's. I don't think he's showing up, Ralph. Low energy, bro. Wing Nasty, thanks for the 2 months. Seaveld, 4 months. And T. Kepler, thanks for the 37. T. Kepler, 43. Wow, some pretty exciting games. I can't lie. Oh, Ali Reza, no? $7.19. $58. Good lord. I'm being put to shame. Blitztrovia. Do we even get 1 point from him? Probably not. Blitztrovia, thanks for the 30 months. Okay, 55, yes. Probably can't even get 55 in... Probably can't even get 55 in 5 minutes, to be quite honest with you. Eh? What a weird one. Oof, that one was H5. That was just a very clean run. Very clean 47. No mistakes, just not quick enough. I just didn't have enough time for the last one. Yeah, h5 and queen. Oosh. Yeah, definitely not a bad warm-up. 55 in sight, no? Yeah, his hair looks put together today. Try hard, bro. Oh, she doesn't understand. It was a good comment from Magnus. That is a nice way to think of it, right? In a must-win game, it's essentially an Armageddon. Except without the odds and increment. Yeah, now she's in on the joke, so now she can make it. Actually, Armageddon. Now I understand. Hey, Queen Trap. I think it was good all around. No, not yet, Dave, but it could be. Illegal, bro. He's trying to play Rook H7 for so long. Actually kind of tricky, Rook H3. Okay. Moves are coming in hot and heavy. I can hear them. Is it this? It's not. It's this. Jesus. No, these have been quite difficult. Man. All right, back to the games. Back to the games. Actually, I haven't got a puzzle wrong today. Really perfect, bro. Yep, a slow but accurate, bro. So Wesley with the black pieces. Must-win game for Norderbeck with white. It's a must-win game for both players with the white pieces, Fabi and Norderbeck. Is that not a free pawn? In which game are you talking about? Here? Or what? I mean, c5 hangs as well. Plus there's knight takes here to throw in. After knight e5? Oh, knight e5 like this. Knight takes? Yeah, he's delaying knight takes g3 because he can play it anytime he wants. It's always with tempo. Okay, so they're repeating a game where Magnus did not do well, right? If I'm not mistaken, this was the same game. And I'm not sure Fabi played c3 last time, right? Because I think he might have castled, and then it was like b5 takes, knight d2, and Magnus did like knight d4, or something like that. So c3 already looks like a different move. Interesting that Fabi's changing it up, but that's kind of the way it happens. So you play a game, let's say white does really well. The next time you repeat the game, white changes the moves they did. Because you can get really complacent just playing the exact same moves over and over and over. Like, you leave yourself very vulnerable if you just repeat thinking, oh yeah, my opponent didn't check anything, you know, everything's a-okay. It's pretty naive. So usually the guy who has success ends up switching. Because the other guy has to spend a lot of time usually checking that line to make sure it doesn't happen again. And while he's busy checking like a variation to make sure that he doesn't fuck it up all over again, then you just switch your variation. takes. Then, of course, there's some rook b8 and b2 will hang. Noterbeck has to win here with white. This move seems weird because, you know, you're just allowing knight takes g3 with f having to recapture. But when you play this move, white can always play knight d2 if he wants, or he could even play this. I don't even think it's that bad, but yeah, probably knight d2. Okay, are we going to see this? As I said, this is definitely playable. These moves don't really work because you take, and yeah, you win this knight, but you still lose your bishop. So I think you could play this. This is not necessarily a problem. So, to me at least, it does make a little bit more sense what Magnus is doing. The last game that they played in this, Fabi like just assaulted the center with f4. It looked really comfortable for him. This time, although there's clear weaknesses in Magnus's camp, at least he's not allowing this plan. If knight f1, then there may be knight takes on h3. Takes d4 is, I guess, the normal follow-up. You could also choose to reroute the knight, but I feel like you want the knights supporting one another. Because black is going to go here and like h5, g4, basically. So it's like you have to act pretty quickly with d4. Thanks, Red Hot Mexican, for the 5-month resub. Does black want to play d5 at all? Yeah, it's not crazy, but problem with d5, of course, is like, I'm not just going to take and fix your pawns. I'm probably going to leave it there, and after this move, do you ever want to take me? Not really. So it's just committal. I think black would rather do this plan because it's just easier to follow, and there's less weaknesses. But as soon as you do this, you invite white to I don't know, maybe shuffle the knight, play d4 himself, and open everything. And the last thing black wants is the entire game to open up because the king is like just basically has no support, no shelter. Where does Fabi want to put his queen? Yeah, it's on a pretty decent square for now. c2 is not bad at all because it eyeballs g6, defends e4, and after d4, it's also on the c file, which would be very well placed. So it might drop here, but otherwise, yeah, it wants to be on one of these two diagonals, I would say. And b3 is nice after d4 because it can slide over this way. So yeah, it's well placed. And as expected, d4 happens. I think you want to do it ASAP before black just does that. Knight d1 he played. Yeah, so the thing is, after f5, if you allow f4, I mean, you can basically resign. So white has this long-term a4, b5, like, and then the knight comes to b4. There is pressure, and there are problems there. But if you allow f4, you're dead. So white has to react, plays f4. If you take, I think this is a bit comfortable for white. He takes this way, and I think that's the current position. Yeah. White's plan is very easy to follow, so that's a check mark for Norderbeck. For black, knight f6 to e4 seems reasonable. Also f4, but yeah, takes, bishop f2. Not that special. Queen e8. Lending some support here and also to b5, but getting ready for queen here, knight h5. Lots of attractive moves. If you compare this game to the last game, this game is way more in Wesley's style. Last game, tactical warfare. Norderbeck, I think, excels there. But this position has very clear plans. Black has, I won't say more space, but definitely a very easy attack. And if you're playing on the queen side versus playing on the king side, I think everyone just has this natural feeling of like, okay, but I prefer my attack, the king side one, because it's against the king. Like, there's more danger when you're dealing with the king. It's a more recognizable target. Whereas here, you're like, what am I attacking? Like, weaknesses? It's like, great. I'm attacking the king. Far more dangerous. Hello, Pranav. Good morning, buddy. How are you? We're tuning in to the semifinals. We're hosting the fan zone in person for the finals starting tomorrow. Moisted, I would say Norderbeck down about 4 minutes right now. I wouldn't say this is his type of position. Yeah, it looks a little bit uncomfortable. Especially if it's midnight, that's why I said good morning. I want it to be Johnny on the spot with that one. Hello, Johnny, and hello to the spot. Okay. VJ on the dog. VJ on the spot. Wesley's built different, man. That's right, Johnny. Okay, what's happening here? So knight f4, we saw d4. Rook over, and then d5. Yes, it's easy to see what happens if takes, but knight d8. So now if you take here, like this is exactly, like this would be a really bad position for Fabi. I don't think he's interested in something like this at all. He goes knight here. And this pawn is hanging. But is there a trick here? Because queen c2 is the first thing I think of. Yeah, that kind of looks like an issue. I'm not sure you can allow that. Magnus should sack the rook. I would sack the rook if this knight could guarantee itself on f4. But because I can't do that, I'm a little apprehensive, but I agree. It's damn tempting. You also have to remember the situation. 8 minutes apiece. You know, Magnus needs to draw to win the entire match. So he might not be like super keen on sacking the exchange here. Instead, he goes for the plan which we talked about a long time ago. The original, the OG plan, h5 and g4. I don't realty. I can admit I do not. CM Serious, welcome back for 39 months. Magnus does not go pawn grabbing. Fabi needs to win. He needs to create something here. And meanwhile, I have never really liked this position for Norderbeck, but trying to, like, if he doesn't get this going, there's not really going to be anything happening. And right now, if you look at his last couple moves, it's been bishop takes f3, bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop h2, bishop e2. You know, something's not exactly clicking here. You need Noterbeck and Fabi to collectively go 50%. Okay, booked, Moistad. A draw in each game, booked. I can, you know, I'm an agreeable person. Pawn on e3 would normally be a big problem, but this knight on c2 is kind of holding the fort here. So knight e4 is never possible, but I think on the next move, basically he wants to do this, but he doesn't want this knight to be here and play g4 because then bishop f4 happens. So I think he wants to do this while covering that square. He could also play f4, but yeah, at this point he might just like bring the rook over, slide the king over. He has one of these breaks whenever he wants it. He just wants to time it properly. If bishop e5, I'm not sure what Wesley is going to do, actually. But I do believe that this is the intention. Yep. Bishop e5. I mean, you can't move the knight because of this, so to some degree, I understand it. Can't move this knight anywhere, and you'd rather have your bishop here than have it sitting all the way back there. But as I said, Wesley's going to go for g4. That's the plan. Now there's no bishop h5. Now this knight can move next. The bishop will come to g5. This is looking like a Wesley masterclass so far. Every move he's doing is like calculated, calm. It just seems like his position is slowly improving. And like literally, the past 5, 6 moves, look at White's position. Like structurally and the placement of the pieces, look how it changes over the next 6 moves. Like, almost not at all. Like these bishops just went to slightly different squares. But Black's pieces have like felt like all jumped to life. Now the strike with g4, so yeah, it's not that White's in serious trouble here, or maybe he is actually, but it doesn't seem like it's that bad. But it just doesn't feel like a game where Norderbeck is really improving his pieces. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Counter Gambit. It does feel like that. Wesley kind of in control here, dictating things. h4, I mean, this is a harsh question mark from the old feedback here, but I think to some degree we can understand it. It's just, if you get to play g3 and maybe bishop f4, totally get it. Like, this position is manageable. Probably still bad, but manageable. Knight d7 hits the bishop and the pawn. g3 is a disaster move right now. Bishop f4 drops h4 at the minimum. How do you even hold on here? I'm guessing... yeah, maybe queen e1. Because then takes... maybe this knight jumps in there. I mean, it's very shaky. And if this, you take the knight and take on g3. Well, of course... takes here first and then g3, you would take the knight. But yeah, very, very shaky ground. Okay, so yeah, he just completely gives up the h-pawn. Honestly, it might have been his only option. But this is terrible, right? Bishop takes and bishop to g3 almost looks better than queen takes. Although queen takes and pawn to g3 looks crushing, I feels like Wesley is just winning here. And yeah, let's not forget, Wesley does not need to win. He only needs to draw. A minute 22 for Norderbeck, but I think what he's going to try to do is, like, let's say g3 is going to play bishop f3. And, you know, this looks good, but of course it's nothing. It's exactly what White wants, in fact. Knight here. You can bring the knight into e4, and it must be taken, and then take with the F pawn to open things up there. Like, ugh, this looks so brutal to defend. Also, you don't need to rush with knight e4. You can start with queen g3, for example, threatening this. You can start with rook e8. Like, feels like you can do whatever you want. Yeah, this is a tough position. Let's get back here. Fabi in a must-win position. Rook takes f2, knight g4, and c4. And now, with Magnus quite low on time, Fabi's going for the a6 pawn. Trying to make use of this. These knights actually do a very good job protecting one another. Unless we see this happen. Like, it's just, you're far from making a significant threat here as black, it feels like. Pawn takes is one of them, though. And let's say after pawn takes, while this is a threat, I'm kind of wondering about this. Because taking here looks good, but you know, white's also getting some pass pawns there. What are you talking about, Moistad? You're talking about if your boy Fabi manages to come back? I think so, Realty. It could very well be. The pieces are a little clumsy for the moment, but we might see something like this. That looks high energy. What the hell do you do about that? That would freak me out. Holy moly, I don't know how to deal with that. Have to do something very unusual, like bishop there, queen here, maybe. So, yeah. By the way, we had a draw here. Basically, Noterbeck went for the same draw that Wesley did. He's completely lost. Yeah, he's completely lost. So that is a victory in set number 2 for Wesley. And now they play the third set tiebreaker, but obviously that'll be after things conclude. So I think I'm just going to bring up the broadcast here. Hey, rook a3. This is the move I was waiting for. Oh, here, let me... Set 3 is right afterwards, Moista, as far as I know. Maybe a small break, but yeah. Yeah, bishop g5 and queen g7 was kind of what I was expecting. He's probably trying to sack his queen with knight h6, bishop takes, right? Wow. Knight f3 Chad. Will we need to see rook takes f3? $20. It's a very overwhelming position. Yeah, rook takes f3 forced. Honestly, I don't think this is as winning as people feel. Maybe Fabi's gonna show some like line right now that works. Like queen h5 and knight takes e5, for example. I'm not sure. But even that I'm not so sure about. I just feel like rook takes f3, pawn takes f3. I don't know. Should be winning, of course, but it's not like game over. What do you think, Moistad? Are you concerned here? Queen h5 check. King e7. Knight takes e5. I'm not sure about that. So, rook c1. Is there rook? Not rook takes g5. Queen g4? Oh, queen takes e6 is check. What the heck? Oh, man. Very smart. This is pretty convincing. Very convincing. Winning on demand. Big Fab did exactly what Magnus did yesterday. So impressive. Go Fabi. That was pretty nice. On demand with the white pieces, Chad. Can't miss the bids when they happen. Yes, booked on Arma, Mr. Dud. Yes, popped is in for me, Moistad. Really helped me out last time. Appreciate that. Let me know when we're seeing this bid reveal, guys. Can't miss it. Third set is today, Jingo. This is correct. Oh, didn't didn't even think. Oops. Uh. Oh, hello, J-Bell 2024. Oof, Arma is always worth a study break. Indeed. So we get the Arma first because in the other match, there's simply going to be a third set. If Fabi wins the Armageddon right now, then we'll also see a third set in that match too. But if not, then it'll only be the Wesley and Nordbeck match. What did Magnus say to himself? Probably something in Norwegian, right? A lot of moves, to be honest. Not that one, though, evidently. These were pretty tough, I feel. Not sure I really know that one. Let's go quick. Wow, Magnus sitting at the board with the white pieces. Spoiler, bro. When is the bidding? I think they're still on a break. But I'm assuming right when they come back, which is why I can't start another puzzle run. We need to see this. No, well, as I discussed, Moista, they make them do it immediately. Right? As soon as the last game finished, they hand them the cards right away. You know, it's like they go for the handshake to say good game after game 4. And then, like, they don't even get to shake the other guy's hand. The arbiter swoops in with a whiteboard and says, "Give me your fucking bid." This is in Toronto, yes. I think that's like, it probably is highly irrelevant, but because you get to see that the other guy bid this and it was that close, it feels like a huge victory for Fabi. You know? It really does. Massive achievement. What's going on here? This is the game, right? Fabi saying hello? Really not an archangel, bro. So I guess this is a fairly explored variation. Top player best at forcing a draw? Well, it's Anish Giri, no? I actually think that Fabi himself is quite good at this line with white. So I'm not sure what that means here exactly, but I've seen Fabi play this so many times with the white pieces. So many really good games. Rook d8 question mark. Let's just say he's a lot better with white. No, but I think these like question marks are a little bit dubious. Like it probably has to do with like winning a pawn here. But you can never actually just go win this pawn. It's always highly suspicious. Black's down a pawn but has the bishop pair, and the light squares in your position are so weak. After you lose your light square bishop, it's just like not something that you can really play. So I assume that it had something to do with like maybe bishop takes e4, but that's really nonsense. I personally don't know too much about how these variations go. Bishop takes, like, is the idea d4? That's kind of what it feels like. Really a trade bra, you know? I guess one thing white can do is play knight g5 later. Takes, and then the rook would have to move. So let's say d4, because he's probably going to want to trade a bunch of pieces. Then, what if knight to g5? Okay, it goes here. Yeah, I mean, I would say not only did Fabi get a pretty comfortable position, just in terms of the opening, but also in terms of the bidding, I feel like he's quite happy. I mean, he's got 8 minutes and the queens are about to be traded. Lots of pieces off the board, but at least Magnus has a very clear imbalance. 4 on 3 and 4 on 3. Plus, the extended B pawn means there is a4 that you can throw into a lot of positions, so from that perspective, I kind of understand why he likes it. Okay, rook takes. Bishop here, we take, and I don't think that's working. So he's going to go, what, knight d4? Maybe knight b4. Yeah, probably knight b4. Almost for sure. Although, knight b4 takes, knight d5, rook b7, and if you take here, then you take here, and okay, white's up a pawn there. The knight b4 looks kind of good. But is there a little something here? And if you don't play knight b4, what do you play, actually? Because knight d4, no way, is the move. So yeah, knight b4, rook c7. Maybe this is, like, still theory. That actually would not surprise me at all. Yeah, I'm playing a set right now, a Realty, which is why. It only works for Spotify. It's a Nora Pure set from Switzerland. I swear this is theory. Like, I'm serious. I think it is. Knight here are both threats. Just like multiple things that are going to be hanging in a sec. Yeah, Realty, we call sets like this loss leaders in the business. Gotta reel people in, you know? Why wouldn't the knight want the pawn on a2? Definitely would. It just wasn't black's prerogative to take it while the bishop was hanging, so he played rook e8. But there's a lot of threats that Magnus has to answer now, including knight a2. Bishop here. So why would it be so wrong? Maybe takes knight d3? And then win this? I mean, kind of an uncomfortable spot. Takes knight d3. Okay, but like, what's Fabi supposedly missing here? I mean, these are like harsh evals. Like, so if knight d3, I mean, we can't get away with anything here. Maybe this move is playable. Yeah. Okay, could throw it in. But yeah, maybe it wants this. f6, knight f7, rook d2. The first move I was looking at was knight d6, and it looks like you can't do it. But then I was like, hang on a sec. Can you? Ah, there's king f8. Okay, this move keeps you alive. Yeah, okay, never mind. So yeah, then e6, of course. If you can't play knight d6, then e6 makes the most sense. He's ready to give these up. I mean, this is the way you have to play, right? Just make it messy. He wants the imbalance. It's interesting that, I mean, I guess Fabi kind of has to play quickly, but it feels like he's played like quick, and like all of a sudden, White has a pawn on e6, which is like making real strides towards the finish line here. I mean, the knight is trapped on f7, but as soon as you move the rook, knight d6 wins the game on the spot. So, not that easy. Fabi's in the tank with 4 minutes. We're on move 25. He has to get to move 60 for any increment. Oh, wow. Rook e3, rook g3. That's a great idea, J-Bell. Didn't even think of that. I was one-dimensional, bro, just thinking about supporting the boys here. That looks super scary. Definitely have to watch out for the knight en route, but certainly looks frightening. Oh, Moistad, Panic Bra. How do you win the pawn? Oh, why don't you help out your buddy Fabby, Moistad? Any variations for Fab? Low smothered checkmate. So rook here, I think, is out of the question. This rook needs to stop the knight from moving. I mean, there's just nothing else to do. So this looks like a move that also plays against your idea, J-Bell, of like just, getting the pawn up to a square where rook e4, your idea might have been rook e4, rook g4. So this maybe deals with that. Feels like this is a very reasonable move, h5. Also took him a long time to make that move. Well, rook e3, the move that I've always been looking at is knight d5. Like, I'm not sure if you can actually play rook e3, which is why I thought that this was an interesting move, because it deals with rook e4, and so maybe temporarily deals with things. I actually like king h2 unformed candy. Like, I don't know what's happening, if it's smart to give this up, but generally speaking, I like it because I want to remove this check. If I play king h2, then I could be maybe intending something like rook d7 if this wasn't check. So, yeah, rook d7, there's also rook takes e6, so not so simple. Yeah, rook here. I don't know if we're playing knight d5. Knight d5 could be a really nasty pin to be in. So a3, knight d5, rook d7. How is that? Starts with rook e4. I think that knight d5, rook d7, that pin is really uncomfortable. Might just be like a winning idea, that pin. Knight a2. I mean, it feels like if you're going away, then like you just have to be in trouble, just like instinctively, just how it works. There's no way that this should be the right direction for your pieces to go. But to be fair, knight d5, rook d7, I didn't see any way to fight against that. I have to say the opera sponsorship, whenever I see it, it always throws me off. Like the visuals of the bright red O next to both of their heads. It's just like Halo bra. Looks very weird. So rook e3 here. How do you fight against rook e3, rook g3? Big Bell's idea. Yeah, g4 looks like a good idea as well. I imagine there's a lot of paths here. Maybe there's a better one, but g4 looks like a very cool idea. Rook e3 looks good. Even f4, f5 looks good, although I have to say that I guess that looks like the softest, just because it's very slow. But like f4, f5 can't be bad. Actually, the eval bar slides slightly down and then back up because Magnus is the GOAT. Because now he can play, or he wants to play knight d6, right? There might be a funny variation where, like, maybe pieces get trapped. Rook a6 and then knight d6, yeah. Rook d6, professional, bro. Knight d6 coming. How the hell do you deal with knight d6? Yeah, Simster. 100%. Knight d2. Fabby, bro. Tricky, bro. Fabby is a slippery guy. Fabby. Very slippery. So will we see, like, I don't know, g4 or g3 or something? And now you can play, I suppose, I guess e7 is kind of a threat. e7, and then move the knight and promote. Imagine playing a move that shocks Magnus, and he's like shaking his head like he can't believe it. He's like so tilted, and then he makes a move and you're completely losing. Troll, bro. e7, knight c5. Rook c7. So he wants knight c7, knight f6. Wow, g5 from J-Bell. Holy! g5. Machine, bro. Crazy move from Bellissimo. No. When Bellissimo and Carlson are teaming up, oof. No, very, very disturbing stuff. 28 seconds, but I mean, he's flagging at this point as well, right? So brutal. Fuck, man. Magnus is just too good. He's just too good. He has some F4 and Knight F3 ideas with a perpetual. Wow. 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 What the hell? Big chat, Magnus. That was sick. And we extracted some extra dollars from Moistad there. False hope, bro. We extracted the maximum out of Moistad. Beautiful. You love to see it. ATM, bro. So Magnus is officially in the final. I mean, is there anything more exciting than that? So that he will be part of the match that we'll be commentating and hosting at the fan zone. Feels bad for our boy Fabi, especially because in both matches it went to Armageddon, and Magnus just came out on top in Armageddon both times. Hello to Skinny Cuz. Yep. Absolutely Moistad. Always happy to make another withdrawal. Thank you to Ya928, $100. Jason. Thank you for the 100 bones. Appreciating the commentary. I'm just enjoying it with the rest of you. This is gonna be the same thing at the fan zone. It'll be chill, of course, commentating, covering the games. But just excited to see the folk. Set 3 is upcoming between Wesley and Noterbeck. What? What? King f5, rook f7? I'm confused. Oh, we're going up the board. Uh, what was that one? Oh, wow. I'm so blind. Completely forgot. Good puzzle. Completely blank. It's like thinking of this, that. Like, there's only so many moves. Only so many legal moves. Actually, closest safe good move. Magnus says hello to you, Moista. You can only have flow against bad players. Actually, that's why Sub Sunday is so fun. Kilimanjaro. Yeah, go the heart rate. I was waiting for that question. Jeez. It's quite impressive, the Magnus run so far. Nasty stuff. We have the last set, and as far as I understand it, I'll just confirm like for the billionth time. I have to click like 20,000 things to get to the format. But in the knockout stage, each set consists of 4 games. Oh no, we had to listen to Fabi. We gotta listen to Buddy. Feels bad. Feels bad, man. He just had blue. And Fabi's such a good guy, man. Like, can you imagine Hickey just lost and they interviewed Hickey? Well, actually, you can't imagine because he did lose and they did interview him and he complained about the format. But I mean, he's just a class act, man. Because it's hard to answer these bullshit questions when you just took a L, especially because both of the matches in the set, or both of the sets in the match rather, went to Armageddon and he lost 2 Armageddons. Feels so bad. He was ahead in the first one. Magnus won a must win. He won a must win to force an Armageddon the second time, and in both cases, he ended up on the wrong side of the result. Well, Jingo, I don't disagree. When I watched Hikaru talk about the format, I even said I agree with some of his points, but it just speaks. It's just the kind of person you are. Fabi got eliminated. Hikaru got eliminated. Like, they both have the opportunity to complain about the format, and one type of guy will, one type of guy won't. um, I actually thought, yeah, there were very very reasonable points, but two not very similar guys. Yeah, exactly, Lord Voldemort. That's why it's like, even though I think Hikaru had some real points, it's like you're doing yourself no favors bringing it up then. Just kind of like, yeah, unfortunate. So I was in the middle of checking the format just to make sure if the third set is needed. It will consist of 2 games. So they play 2 games. If somebody wins both games, of course it's just over. If it's tied 1-1, then they do an Armageddon, and that's to decide who wins the overall match. So this Norderbeck Wesley one is literally as close as it can get. That's right, chicken pants. Really the same puzzle, bro. Oh, wow. Saved by the bzz. Uh... No time again. I'm too slow. I'm way too slow. I still haven't started yet. Oh, thank you, Lawrence. Yeah, pass that speed over here if you would. Thanks for the 44 months. Just add blue. Yes, it's all about the kick. Just add blue. We'll be maybe switching to kick after the next, or after this game, but we'll see how they go. There's still lots more chess to be played. We have a whole other set here. Here or takes? It's kind of tricky, that one. What's the... Oh, it's pinned. I was like, what's the difference? Uh... Um... Hello, Dill.
Hello. How's your day?
Slow.
Oh,
Just watching the chess.
you want to touch?
Oh, sure.
You're not feeling fruity today, are you?
Sorry?
You're not feeling like a shake today.
No, I'm okay. Just hydrating.
Hydrate.
Lazy day.
Are you excited about hockey?
Say again, sorry?
Are you excited about hockey?
Yes, definitely. Just saw Magnus get to the finals. He won his match. So that's well, I mean it's good news, but he did it at the expense of Fabi, so always feels bad.
I was watching the end of that.
Yeah. Hey Tim, we can only attribute that to the presence of Dill. $100 from Tim Cannon.
I met him last night. Or I saw him last night.
Tim Cannon, 25, $100, no doubt, Dill bucks.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Go Tim. Let me see what I can do about what you really intended them for. Thank you, Tim. Very generous.
Have fun at
I think he did.
At the
I think he
chess
felt.
last
I think
night?
he felt bad for losing a game of pool with Magnus, but you know, he's
It was fun last night. I wanted to play pool. I never got to the pool. I never got to play.
ready to make up for it.
Are you gonna start marbles now?
I am.
Oh, that's what you were switching.
Yes.
Got it. That's what you were switching over.
For Tim. Just an intermission race for Tim and his henchmen. Wow, Tim, first one in. Maybe I should start the race, no? Tim with a free win. Buddy was quick in. Tim activated Buddy Pranav there. This is a high value race here. Adam Hart Lover, you're an esteemed pleb. I just realized Jeff put sub only on the whole day. I had no idea. I forgot.
all day today. It's been sub only.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Like I was there when it happened, and someone asked, like maybe it's Dark Bone was like, why aren't we caging the plebs? And I was like, we have to wait for a Magnus win, and then Jeff already caged them. I was like, no, we don't. But then I think they stayed caged the whole stream. I forgot, bro.
You want more juice?
No, I'm okay. Thanks. Water's perfect. Adam Hartlever, a patient bra. Tim, we're firing off with less than 50. An intimate race. Intimate intermission. The match looks like, it's getting set to go. Should be perfect timing. It is, Brian. From hell. Yeah, 928, Chicken Pants and Pranav. What the hell is this VIP? This is like... No, the three lads are like Tour de France racing together. Oh, they only need one of them to succeed. Yeah, 928, yellow jersey, bro. Yellow jacket, bro. Very impressive. Jason has been nominated by the team. Pranav still lending some assistance. He'll be fending off some of the others. Tim is there as well. The VIP henchman. Will anybody jump over? You have to have some speed. I don't know if anyone's going to have it, to be honest. Casual Dev. He has the speed. Wow. But he doesn't have the landing. Yeah, 928. But this is a treacherous... Oh, he might not even... Is he going back around? Oops. Joe the Stoic. This is hard, though. He's going around the outside. Smart guy. Joe the Stoic. Clean as can be. That's just a first place. Joe the Stoic is in. Kilimanjaro. What are you doing back there, dude? How the hell are you so slow? Kilimanjaro. Wait, he might be so slow that he DNFs, though. This could be big brain. I hear the game starting in the background, but we're not done yet. We still have a match to play. Far more important. Remember, it's a rapid game anyway. It'll be there for a while. Okay, Kilimanjaro is on his way. Lost Moose and Lerner at the back right now. If Kilimanjaro doesn't go straight through, I think he has hope for the DNF. Maybe. Lerner?
Hey, man.
Oh, hello there. I think this is going to be a DNF as well. Yes, it is. Just some marbles intermission with Tim.
Yep.
HET.
Yeah, he had medium energy last night, I think. Medium.
Fair. Day one, medium energy. Building up for later.
Lawrence, hit twi.
Yeah, MLP made it. Good to see. Buddy's here.
I just didn't see it, Tim, and nobody reported you as such. None of the soldiers reported Tim as high energy. But,
Wait, he's saying he's high energy or high?
Exactly. Exactly. Alec, have you arrived in town yet or not?
Joe the Stoic, ban or no ban, my guy.
Aryan went shopping. I think he got a new wardrobe for the stream.
Really?
Spread probably moist. I'll probably have to go on the Leafs today.
I'm also spread, bro.
I'll do even a -2.5. 3.5. Last night was high energy with Danny. You're on the plane right now. Yeah.
Illusion is in last place. At risk. Well, looking forward to your rival AG. Twitch working on the plane is impressive. Doesn't usually work for me.
I flew American Airlines from Miami. There was Wi-Fi for all T-Mobile customers. Like, not just texting, but actual Wi-Fi. But What I've found is I can chat, but I don't see the
You
stream.
can't see
always.
anything.
But you clearly can see this. That's good. Maybe the plane is on the tarmac.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah, Moistad somehow escaped. Joe's looking for representation, but he is going for a ban.
Delta too. Yeah, Arian's here.
Seeing Kerrigan, thanks for 25 months, half man in the hand. 3 years and counting, 37 months. And I brew all day, thanks for the 2-month resub. Chicken Pants gifting to Adam Hart Lover. Thank you, CP. We're still waiting for Chicken Pants, to, make a decision. Last minute, bro.
He's got about, yeah, Chicken Pants is being put on the no-fly zone real soon.
Yep. You got some options here, Joe. 2 subs for Zoom, 2 subs for Tim.
Yeah. Did you hear about the Danny stream last night?
I heard about it as I was getting ready for the stream today. I even watched a few of the clips.
Okay. Anyways, his
Looks
price
great.
was 100 subs per shot. So we've now set a new bar. IMs are at 100 subs per shot, and those are kick subs.
And
so I think there's an opportunity.
takers?
Yes, immediate.
Holy.
So I just say that I think there's an opportunity for price gouging here. You get
wow.
You know? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that part.
Yeah. Just an FYI there.
That's good motivation for, guys like Omid to achieve titles. He could be at that level soon.
Yes. Yeah. Nicola was in the chat, so. But people were gonna raise it. It was good.
Danny is a guy people like to poke.
Eric
Hello,
sounding
Big Daryl.
sleepy, Red Rum. Oof. You knew where I was last night. You don't have to worry about me. I'm recovering.
Sold
For
on
good
Dark
reason.
Bone. All right, what's Dark Bone?
For very
2
good
kick
reason.
subs. Okay. Joe the Stoic is in for 2 kick subs. Thank you, Joe. Delivered. Signed, sealed, delivered. Dark Bone is prosecuting against Illusion. You do have to play Illusion. Yes, I'll need your chess.com username. Dark Bone has been hired. Well played to Joe. Head over to chess.com/play/online. We'll be playing for a ban here. Red Drum, thanks for the 40 months. We'll be seeing you soon for sure. Looking for Illusion 0. Yeah, all you have to do is log on to chess.com/play/online. Moist that I can't ban my ATM. I might not be able to make any withdrawals, Here we go. There he is, and Joe went overkill on the representation, wanted to guarantee a ban. I think he might have done it. But hang on, we've seen Dustin Nitsud Prime lose to an 800. He was at 1900, now at 2000 against a 900. The range is the same. Yep, shout out to the Taimanov bras. Love to see it. Love to see it. Perhaps an important next move. No! He pulls the trigger too early. Why? Yeah, this is not a free pawn here. You're attacking it 3 times. They're defending it 3 times. Just count. Just counter out, bud. Brian wants to flip the board. Winner POV, Brian. Okay, I don't hate that move. Probably the best available. Thanks for the gifted sub, Brian. And Tone Cruz, cheers for the 37-month resub. On to 40, indeed. Ooh. Oh, Dark Bone. Hurting him. Two minutes and change for Dark Bone. He's not even low on time. Oof. Knight c7 is brutal because there's no way to save the rook except that, which allows a move like this. Wow, that was a pretty convincing match there. Illusion, yeah, nice close match there for sure. Your opponent wanted to guarantee the ban, hired a 2,000 and come take care of you. You have the honor of being perhaps our only marbles ban today. As we proceed to the rapid match. A nice intermission from Tim, ensuring that Illusion is banned for the rest of the commentary. Well played to Tim. And Dark Bone really taking no prisoners. That's a KO and that's a ban. Illusion will be back. He will be back, but it's a ban for now. He's out of here. He's out of here, and geez, I flipped to the game and I wasn't even sure what the hell I was looking at here. Thought this was one of the ban matches. All right. Well, let's catch up here. If I had to guess, these guys are rattling off some sweaty theory. Lads are at 99.7 apiece. Like, huh? Oh, yeah. That's sweaty theory, all right. He made a mistake here not going for queen e2 and knight g5. You know? Big mistake, no? Why not have queen e2 and bishop c5 in this position? It would be winning. Yeah, these guys are going crazy with the theory. I mean, they both know it, and usually that means we're probably headed to equalish territory. What's happening? This is game 1 of 2, so they play 2 games back to back. So obviously they both get the same amount of whites and black pieces. This is set 3. So this is the decider. Game 1 right now, so let's say if somebody wins this game, then whoever loses has to win the next game or the match is over. That's correct, Omid. That's correct, Big Malik. I think it's the exact same format as the semis, yeah. I mean, pretty much a perfect game from both guys. Wesley's having a think here. Maybe he's not familiar with bishop here, and that wouldn't surprise me. Bishop b6 looks like the more natural move to me. But there's clearly something about provoking the move, c3, that he's interested in. So if he takes here, probably just bishop here. Rook wants to swing over. It's a bit uncomfortable, and this knight will reroute like this. Or I suppose now it could even go to c4. But yeah, I never really have too much to say about these positions because they're just riddled with theory. For the moment, at least. Too much theory. 99.7. I mean, Wesley's like in the tank right now, but can't really tell if it's like a I don't know what to do. This bishop d4 is so strong. I'm sure that it's about to be a draw. Like, I can't really tell. He's doing a KNVB Title Tuesday thing, no? Yeah, you know what was funny? That's exactly right. Realty is that if we had wanted to, we could have run another race. But what instead happened was we heard all the moves and we were like, damn, these guys are playing quick. Like, okay, lots of action. Geez, we missed out. We rushed straight over. We haven't seen a move since we got here. Literally haven't seen one actual chess move. I mean, going here has some downsides. Then you can't play rook here. So I can understand needing to go there. If king here, then you walk into bishop g4. Wow, both down to 98.6 exactly. Why can't you take f2? You certainly can. You wanted to throw the check in, see if black wanted to go here, maybe block the rook from going. Now if you move this bishop, let's say you can't go to e6 anymore, you can't go to g4, and if you go to f5, you're blocking the rook, so I think that's kind of what they want there. And as soon as white goes like this, then rook h1 becomes a move. So got to take that pawn. Feels like a move like this is it's got to be good. But then bishop back to d3 check, and then white can continue. Oh, Omid says weak copy pasta. It's been proclaimed weak. Sorry, Realty. It's officially weak copy pasta. Yeah, Omid proclaimed it though, Tim. So, unfortunately, any support for this pasta also makes you low energy as well. We just got word in from Omizi. Now it's Noterbeck's turn to think for 20 minutes. Just think about all the marbles races that could have been run in the meantime. You know? It's truly impressive. Jeez, sweaty. Oh no! Queen f6 and then queen f2. What a mistake. Okay, we missed 2 moves. 2 moves. Okay, we saw bishop f5, knight d6. Maybe we'll see bishop e3. I mean, I guess it has to be said white's pawn structure is marginally better, but yeah, it's basically irrelevant. We have not jail Paul's. Very typical of me to be just shy. Yeah, these guys are battling for the literal best accuracy. Knight c4 here? How does it go? I guess there's rook check. Because this looks a bit strange. Maybe it's playable, but it looks strange for sure. And this drops that. Although then there might be knight c4. Game 1 energy is just not there, truly. Like, the energy is non-existent. There's knight c4, all right. That's the move I was expecting. Although I have to say, I saw this and I was like, is this really that good? Rook here. So bishop there, we go rook here. And if bishop here, there's always knight d2 winning. So the bishop has to go somewhere. I mean, yeah, it probably shouldn't go here. So let's say it goes somewhere else, like d5, knight takes here. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's rook f3. King g5. I feel like we could see some weird draw, like rook f3, rook g3. Maybe one of the sides is marginally better here, but it certainly feels like one of those positions where I'm not sure who it is, and so it perhaps is quite risky to even like continue. b3, smarter rather than damaging the pawn structure, so knight a5 looks necessary to defend. But then I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay. There's some energy there. But the damn rook on g3 is defending, covering everything. And knight d2 king here doesn't look good at all. Yeah, knight b1 is a little bit much. A little bit much. Maybe this. I can see this. Knight d2, knight e4. Rook here, there's no bishop there. Takes, there's e4, so here. g4 is a threat, bishop takes is a threat. But yeah, it always does feel like it's just equal. Okay, it does go to a5. King comes in. Thanks, Darkbone, for the gifted sub. King e3. The thing about king e3 is I start to... I don't know, this rook's a little bit uncomfortable. It is trapped. And for that reason, he wanted to play this. King here, knight e3 will happen. I will be right back. Going to the bathroom and refilling my drink. This game is moving very slowly, but in like a minute it's about to pop off, I can tell. All right, what the hell is happening here? I have to say the position looks quite scary for white in a way, just because of this rook. So maybe draw energy. Wesley found b4. Was there an important move? I could definitely see a draw here because it's quite risky to continue, but white is up a pawn right now. It's just the rook is trapped, and that is really uncomfortable. What about this? Maybe there's king f4. Pretty disturbing move. But this works, right? Because we have rook d4. Yeah, interesting. I think king f4 was a move there. As crazy as it was. Yeah, rook f3, but then king takes, and then I don't have any check. Yeah, I don't know. King there, king f2 was possible, but I don't know. The whole thing just seemed really odd. Maybe king f2 is the move. So he goes bishop b7. He plays for the win with rook h3, rook here, and I mean, it looks crazy to allow rook d2, but maybe bishop b5. You had to do it because you're hitting the knight. He goes rook h7, and I mean, it's a mistake, but maybe only because there's a better move. Otherwise, what are you supposed to do instead of this? Allow the rook in? The only way to do that is bishop b5, I think. I don't know if there was some sort of draw there with king g6. But no, king g6, rook here, and yeah. So e3 means that if the bishop moves, then rook d2 and the knight can move, because now the pawn protects. So I think that's a big deal. This feels like one that gets taken. Yeah, he takes, knight takes. Of course, tempting to take here, but then I think we get this. Maybe it's not a draw. Yeah, because there's rook e6, but it's pretty close to a draw. Rook e6, king f7. Rook a6. Quite scary. Definitely all three results still possible. I would think white's pressing hard as well, but the coordination for white is definitely totally wrong. So like if white's rook was just on a better, like d4, best square for the rook. The coordination was better, then this game would be over. King takes, maybe even knight check first. Yeah, he takes, and I don't know, we might just see a draw here. There's rook e6. He does go rook e6. There's rook e6 and rook a6. So this was the one thing that I had looked at, I wasn't sure about. There's rook d6, knight c4. So rook a6. Takes is not an option, so we will see knight here, almost certainly. And then if king here, looking to take the knight, you're also in a pin here. So the knight can move now basically to somewhere safe. Like one of these squares. Because now you're pinned. And if you go here, then black has this to win the bishop. But the resulting endgame, even if you win this, like white's going to go take this pawn. So it does feel like, you know, white shouldn't be losing this. It's probably a draw, but I do get the feeling that white shouldn't be losing because, you know, the worst case, you should be able to pick up the pawn. But I don't know if he has better than that. It's just a draw. Just a draw. Obviously, only black can lose, so still stressful if you're Norderbeck, but probably not too stressful. Yep. I'm assuming they made a draw here. I think either side could have won that, Moistad. I guess maybe it's slightly more risky for black, but yeah, I think it's a fair result. Norderbeck holding with black. He's going to have the white pieces. If he wins, well, obviously, whoever wins the next game officially goes to the finals. So you win, you go to the finals. But if they draw, then we will have an Armageddon. But that was, in some ways, that was a really boring game. I can't lie. Just, like, man, what a lame game. Might have been one of the most uninteresting games of the tournament. But okay, you're gonna have games like that once in a while. Can't complain too much. I think we've been spoiled this event for the most part. All right. One more puzzle rush. We might be switching to kick soon. It didn't even make us play it out. Rook d8, I guess. Still looked winning, to be honest. He hung his queen. These dirty computer moves. Huh. They hung their queen. Kind of confused as to what this one is. Pretty tricky. takes everything on h6. Rook h1 looks good. Looks good. Yeah, I got this one wrong, like legit. I think it was rook d8. And then this one I got trolled. They hung their queen. How can I expect these terrible moves? So, we have one more game here in the semifinals. And I think I'm going to switch over to our kick channel just to finish our commentary today. Might have Aryan join as well in a little bit. So, going to conclude on kick. Kick.com/chessbra. Tomorrow, the fan zone is on. We're going to be meeting a lot of you guys in person if you have a ticket. So that's going to be exciting. I'm excited to meet people for the first time and also see some people that have been to a lot of our meetups before. Stream will be live, I think probably around 11:30 on Twitch. So right here on our channel. And same thing for Saturday. All right, but for now, I'll see you guys over on Kick. Just going to turn the stream off and have it back on in about 30 seconds. Covering the semifinals today, but we're hosting the Fan Zone in person in Toronto for the finals tomorrow at 11:30. See you guys on Kick, Mattis. Lead everyone there. Lead the charge.